I've done a lot of grinding in these routes. Since then, pretty much everyone's close to level 39 or 40. Well, No Feed I think is the lowest? No, it's Brucey. But Brucey and No Feed are about to have a lot of opportunities real soon. So I'm not as torn up about it. And the Holbein finally evolved into Blastoise. So, now we have a decent amount of power on our side. So I need to start training up maybe Brucey a bit more. There's only like a handful of trainers left. I think this and a Crushkin are the last two trainers on these routes. Hey, great matchup. At least in this generation. It'd be a terrible matchup Gen 6 onward. I said trade. Then why'd you battle me? Okay. Double battle. Well, I apologize in advance. Hey. Okay, the Hitmonchan I'm not as worried about, so let's get rid of this Hitmonlee. But Gooska is still my strongest Pokemon. I find that hilarious. Boom! Okay, I believe I've battled every single trainer on this route now. So why aren't you in uniform if you support Team Rocket? Okay, so what would be the fastest way back to Saffron without flying? Nope, no new berry. Da 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 da. I feel like I'm trying to ride the Mach bike at this point. Da 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 da. Also, don't be me. Get a flyer. I realized it was too late after I planned out the team. Hey, Citrus Berry. It's a pretty good item. Alright, to Saffron City, home of a Team Rocket invasion, and this guy just randomly steps aside. So why is he not laying on the ground like that old man was? Weird. Silphco. I love how there's no indication for you to come here either. Like, you would not think to check this place. And it is crawling with Team Rocket members. And yes, I do the thing where I battle every single one of them. Because It's free money and experience. As far as I'm concerned. Ooh, I forgot to heal. Well. After I battle this guy, I'm going to show you my little method of actually training through here. Yeah, or keep you out there. Zubat, 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 Zubat. Why? Hey, and here's why I have a flying type. Fighting type. And one of the big reasons why I chose Hitmonlee, because Hitmonchan kinda sucks until the next generation. Because Hitmonchan is one of those Pokemon that greatly benefited from the physical special split, as I mentioned before. You don't goof. Okay, so what I normally do is, I think it's the 5th floor, if memory serves me correctly. Yeah. Yes, it is this floor. Okay. Didn't want to battle the scientist, but whatever. Funny thing is, Brucey can actually do something to this Magneton. Being a steel type. Okay, nah, I'm gonna keep Brucey in there because he needs more experience. He's the lowest leveled member of the team, so. Well, I guess we're going to toss the smoke cloud around. Strength is just good, reliable, neutral damage. So, plus it makes sense for a fighting type to have it. And yeah, Smog, I believe, has the highest... No, wait. It's tied for the highest poison side effect in all Pokemon. It is tied with Poison Fang for the highest chance of poisoning a Pokemon while also doing damage, which is 30%. However, Poison Fang is better because instead of Smog's base damage being 30, and having lower accuracy, for whatever reason, because they're blowing smoke, Poison Fang does 60 base damage. It's a Fang move, so if you get a Pokemon with, like, Strong Jaw or something like that, it benefits from it. And then the other thing is, it has a 30% chance of causing toxic poisoning. There is no other move in the game, in the series, that does that as a side effect. Making it quite a crazy move. And then Toxic Poisoning doubles in damage every turn. It only does like 1/64th the first turn, but then 1/32nd, 1/16th, so on and so forth, until the Pokemon faints. However, Toxic can be mitigated. If you switch out, just as it starts getting worse, it just becomes the normal poison damage. I don't know if they fixed that in recent generations, but that's how it always used to be. Whoop. Didn't mean to take the warp panel. Aside from a couple specific warp panels, we're going to ignore most of them. Because I can never figure this out. Alright, so we're going to have a little trade-offs with No Feet and Brucey, since they are the lowest leveled member of our crew. Thank you for not poisoning me. One HP! Look at that! Oh, come on! 2 times in a row, man! Technically 3 times in a row. Well, at least it can't poison me now. There we go. Okay, so you go to the 5th floor, battle that guy, and get this. You're going to need this to access the rest of the building. I love how they just leave it lying around, by the way. But what that does is it makes it so you can go through these locked doors. Now let me show you a shortcut. Wow. This is going to be a couple battles. Hey. This was one Pokemon I can never understand Team Rocket carrying. But if you really think about Drowsy and Hypno's creepy backstories, yeah, I can see why. See, these guys kept carrying Psychic-type Pokemon makes sense. Koga's gym trainers make no sense still. To me. Because you're a poison-type gym. You're a poison-type master. Why are your gym trainers using Psychic types? Doesn't that defeat the purpose of it? Okay, go ahead and open this one. Ignore this warp panel for now. Open this door. Try to avoid this scientist. Please look the other way. Thank you. Use this warp panel. You have to battle this rocket. There's no way around them. Also, this tells you how good Self-Co security is. If a random kid can just find one of your employee key cards, you have access to the whole building. What are you doing? Seriously. That's not how business works, folks. Newsflash. Wow, I'm still faster than a Grimer. That's sad. Again, I'm still faster than you with half speed. Then again, Dugtrio is really fast, so... Gets a little bit of a pass there. And then after you get up here, talk to this nurse, and she will heal you. Meaning you won't have to backtrack all the way out to the Pokemon Center over and over again. Does this mean you have to backtrack here? Yes. Also, this guy's a trainer. Traitor. Why am I using Brucey? He has Limber. Meaning, I don't care about static. That does not matter. Also, yes, I do realize that high jump kick is very risky, since it's only 85% accurate, meaning that it has a decent chance of missing. And if it does miss, well, you take, I think it's an eighth of your 16th or an eighth, I can't remember, to your health as damage. This also means if your opponent uses Fly, Bounce, Dig, or Shadow Force, or even Protect and Detect, it counts as missing. So you take damage to it, no matter what. Now, there used to be a hidden max potion in one of these beds. I don't know if it's still the case. No. Okay. I moved over here. I see. Okay, now let's continue. Clearing out Team Rocket. Also, if you want to talk to me about awkward, that's probably one of the most awkward Pokemon they could carry. Ah, Surf. One of the most broken moves prior to Gen 4. Because now we have full access to the building. Alright, so you're not a Rocket member? Oh. Never mind, you disguise yourself as an NPC. Don't you love it when that happens? Also, here's the problem with me training evenly like this. I'm going to be severely under level for some of the final battles of the game. Kind of. To be fair, I am on par with the trainers that should be here, but that only does so much good until you get to a certain point. Because you battled me? That's how I knew you were a member of Team Rocket. Give it to the obvious contender in the room. Yeah, hint. Thunderwave, as of Gen 6. As of Gen 6, no longer works on Electric-type Pokemon. But a Ground-type Pokemon? Ground-type Pokemon, and Pokemon with Limber are hereby immune to Thunder Wave, so bear that in mind. Also, if I want to make it through the Pokemon League in a decent amount of time, I may have to make one small exception to a rule that I normally used to go by. My golden rule always is I do not use legendary Pokemon unless it's absolutely necessary. If we are severely underleveled by the time we get to the league, I will be using Zapdos. But that's an example of desperate times call for desperate measures. Up until then, I will not be using Zapdos. No, you don't say. 4. Come on, no feet. Really? Not really feeling it, eh? That's more like it. Yeah. I keep forgetting that no feet knows rock slide. I'm your worst nightmare. Now, if my timing is correct, I should be able to get through all of the gyms in this playthrough, maybe decently through Victory Road. Well, maybe not, because I always forget that there's a side plot in this game. A lot of people tend to. Also, Holbein is going to be our MVP for the next gems. Also, I find it interesting how you get access to their storage rooms that have a plethora of usable, very useful items. Says you. I'd laugh if you used self-destruct. It started with an S. No. Because you all don't respect me. Yeah, I'm just going to let that one, yeah. Also, they trap some of these employees in here. And then apparently random schmucks, like these jugglers, are allowed to be members of Team Rocket. So what's the applications for Team Rocket? You just have to act sinister and have sinister looking Pokemon. Is that the only requirement? I don't know. But it seems weird. Yeah, my theory also is by using Zapdos, it's going to be my emergency button for two members of the Elite Four. The rest of my team should be able to handle them. But we're going to need a lot of healing items. Okay, and then a trick I have for you now is, if you remember correctly, the healer is on the 9th floor. After obtaining the key card, you also have a different way to get there. You have to battle this guy, though. I am one of the 4 Rocket Brothers. I love how they're unnamed as well. It's like, yeah, it makes a difference. How? Dang. Also, unless the Rocket Brothers are quadruplets, I think it's a matter of there's 2 middle ones, there's an oldest and a youngest. They don't really say it, I don't think, in this game. They do in Let's Go, but they're changed to the 4 Rocket Sisters. Yeah, they don't say which one's oldest, which one's the male child, which one's the male children, and which one is the oldest. Did I just say oldest twice? I meant youngest. Ryu needs more sleep, folks. A lot more sleep. Because it's yet another episode where he cannot talk. Ah, there's another one of them. Also, how are you using earthquakes? in a big building. Doesn't that seem dangerous? Guys, this is dangerous. Holy crap. Someone's angry. Okay, Human Torch. So because of this scenario, this is why you cannot explore the offices of Silph Company in Gold, Silver, and Crystal. Their true reason was they didn't have enough room to incorporate the entire thing. So their excuse in Heart Gold and Soul Silver was there was only one way to get up to those offices, and it was through an elevator that did not work. Which means that, oh dear. Well, I hope they have a good pension. Unless they have like a back stairwell like most big buildings have. Because for legal reasons, a building can't just have an elevator and nothing else. Because if something happens to said elevator, then what are you supposed to do? Even if the building's enormous. Yes, it's going to be painful going up and down that many stairs, but you gotta do what you gotta do. The Tixie Bridge? You know, I'm honestly surprised they never made a region because of this NPC. Also, what gets me, and it breaks a lot of lore, is what he says afterwards. Brucey isn't getting as much action as I thought he would. Alright, Brucey can handle this one. It's in Russian no man's land. Okay, okay, Pokemoners, get on it. Make a Pokemon region based on that. This is also why I like the new method of training in Pokemon, because, yes, does the EXP share mechanics make it too easy? In my opinion, yes, but it makes level grinding way less annoying. There's 3 of the 4 Rocket Brothers down. Where? Is it Pikachu? Sorry about that, folks. Choking on your own spit. Don't you? Choking on your own saliva. Don't you love it? Also, that attack stat. Oh, yes. We will not be using the Master Ball on what you think. Okay, I saw that one coming a mile away. And they changed this mechanic, where if a Pokemon does something like that, and then you're in the middle of using Dig, it'll say, "No feet use Dig." ... But there was no target. Nah, your moveset's pretty good. Oh, yeah, I have to keep talking to these scientists after you beat them, because I think one of them gives you something about Giovanni. I think. Okay, no feats catching up. That's as far as you go. What are you, Birdo now? And talk about some weak sauce. Only a 6. Don't worry about Spike. He'll catch up with the rest of the group. In fact, they'll probably jet ahead real soon. Because part of the problem is there's only so many trainers in Kanto, and I'm starting to run out of trainers. There's the last of the Rocket Brothers. I forgot I didn't give him Rock Slide. Oh well. Strength would do. You know, I imagine him on Lee kicking himself in the face. And took himself out. Thanks. Yep. Yeah. May as well. Coughing special defense is not that good. It's physical defenses, though. Well, that's the thing, you were the last one. Hey. There have been a lot of 6s today. That worries me. Did they make the Sylph building complicated on purpose to annoy all the employees? Yeah, I believe this was the... I don't think any of the trainers in Hoenn disguise themselves as NPCs. I think Fire Red and Leaf Green started that trend, where the randos are disguised as NPCs and they fool you with that. I want to say that's correct. Hey, that works perfectly. Also, folks, the only steel type in the game. Until the post-game, that is. My sentiments exactly, sir. Two more floors of trainers. But we're playing a game. I remember seeing one randomizer where a Dugtrio's moveset, it had high jump kick. How does that work? As for the scratching moves, I can actually explain that. They have been stated to be moles. And how do moles dig? With claws. You just don't see their claws, at least, but you think you would at least see that. I get that you wouldn't be able to see their feet if they had any. No, continues. Les, what are you implying there? So, fun fact. In the original Red, Blue, and Yellow, if you come to this room specifically, you will find the TM for Earthquake. Now, in this game, you get the TM for Earthquake from Giovanni instead. And while it is tempting to use it on no feet, it learns it naturally, even though it's at level 51, but whatever. And the other reason is, this is part of a big project, which I'll reveal once I'm done with the next game. That's why I've been very stingy with a lot of the TMs. I had to make an exception for Shockwave, because unfortunately Jolteon is past the level where it at least has Thunder Shock. And it doesn't learn Thunderbolt naturally, which is silly. It does learn Thunder, but is it worth it? I miss the days when Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, and Flamethrower were absurdly easy to get. They weren't locked behind game corners or anything like that. BDSP, yeah, while TMs break again, they made it absurdly easy to get those. As long as you can afford them. Why the heck not? Alright. Fortunately, that's all the Team Rocket members in Silph. Except for the one guy guarding Giovanni, and of course Giovanni himself. Now, if you were playing Yellow or Let's Go, his guards would be Jesse and James. Okay, let's see here. I believe I have a big battle coming up, and I know what he starts with. Yep, of course. What kept you? I thought you'd turn up if I waited here. I guess Team Rocket's you down, not that I care. I saw you in Saffron, so I decided to see if you got better. Oh, Gary. Okay, I'll take a crit any day. Sure. As long as it's on my side. Yeah, see, Jolteon learns weird physical moves that are just not really worth it. Really? A Gyarados against an electric type? Are you nuts? You know what? I'm going to battle him fairly. Having switch battling on for important battles feels like it's cheating to me. So let's do it the old-fashioned way. At least I think after this battle, he no longer has that. Yeah, sure. I'll just go ahead and use it. Whoop. Wow. I know that Venusaur is a special tank, but I didn't realize it would be this bulky. I love how he misses his attacking move, but cannot seem to miss Sleep Powder. That is so annoying. At least this isn't Gen 1. Because if your Pokemon is asleep, it's game over. I'll take it. Oh yeah, that wasn't it. Now, if I recall correctly, Future Sight is technically a typeless move until Gen 6 when they made a Psychic type move. Which is what it should have been in the first place. Oh man, so you are ready for Boss Rocket. Don't you mean the? Well, I'm moving on up and ahead. By checking my Pokedex, I'm starting to see what's strong and how they evolve. Am I a genius or what? I'm going to the Pokemon League to boot out the Elite Four. I'll become the world's most powerful trainer. Well, good luck to ya. Don't sweat it. Smell ya. Now, had I chosen one of the other two starters, that would have been my water type. And yes, I would have gone out of my way, trying to fight a Gary Oak very under-leveled, so that I can get the Lapras. Now, I will admit, your rival here is a massive spike in difficulty. This guy's a joke compared to that. Also, talk about awkward. Critical hit on that low special defense. Overkill much? And Drowsy randomly. How dare. Ah, so we meet again. The President and I are discussing a vital business proposition. Keep your nose out of grown-up matters, or experience a world of pain. Yeah, I've decided to go with his dub actor voice. Alright, not going to risk the poisoning here, because I'm going to need you for a good portion of this battle. Listen, this guy's the main antagonist. I know he has honor, but I don't when it comes to the main enemy of the game. Also, that's part of the reason why I have a fighting type along with me now. Because that Kangaskhan's kinda scary. This thing's a beast too. Still weak to water though, since it is a ground type. So, fun fact. The Nido line is very strange. Only the Nidoran, the male and the females, can breed. Nidorino, Nidorina, Nidoking, and Nidoqueen cannot breed at all. It's very strange. It really is. Ah, I lost again? Blast it all! You've ruined our plans for Sylph. But Team Rocket will never fail. Never forget that all Pokemon exist for Team Rocket. I must go, but I shall return. Oh dear boy, thank you for saving Sylph. I will never forget that you saved us in our moment of peril. I will have to thank you in some way. Because I am rich, I can give you anything. Here, maybe this will do. You can't buy that anywhere. It's our secret prototype Master Ball. It will catch any Pokemon without fail. You should be quiet about using it, though. He just says it again anyway. Oh, come on now. Right, she doesn't heal you anymore, I forgot. Okay then. Well, guess we're just going to deal with it. Again, I'm trying to fill out the fame checker. So, I'm going to talk to some of the NPCs because they give you, I think they give you a tidbit of info on Giovanni. I think there's an NPC here that complains about this place. Nope. How the building makes no sense. I already talked to you about that. I like that you can actually run in the building. Still can't ride your bike though. And single-handedly chase off the entire mob. Because that's how things work. Well, ain't that sweet. Okay, maybe they don't. Oh well. Alright, time to get out of this place. Yeesh. Oh, were they threatening you with gunpoint or something? Alright. Now. Oh, yes. There is... Well... You used to get a TM from the copycat girl, but it's not super worth it anymore. Because all she does is make it so your Pokemon... She can move tutor the move mimic instead of it being a TM. So I'm not really going to bother with it. Let's go ahead and grab this, because I'm going to also need this for different purposes. I love how they couldn't really think of a name for a move, so they just called it Psychic. Alright, now, for, in my opinion, the hardest gym in this game. Also, people don't understand the concept of Psychic Pokemon being good against fighting types. The brain is smart. The mind is stronger than the brawn. And I just got philosophical on everyone. Woo! I'm going to use Arcanine mostly here because the thing is, even though it is vulnerable to some of these psychic types, including Slowpoke, it is probably the best chance I have in terms of biting because its special attack is higher than my Blastoise. Oh, that would have sucked. I always found it funny how Slowpoke and Slowbro and Slowking never really learned any water moves in these games. Also, these guys will give you more info on Sabrina. Now, back in the day, back in my day, this gym was exceptionally hard. Reason being, Psychic effectively had no weakness in Gen 1. Due to a coding failure, ghost moves do absolutely nothing to psychic type Pokemon. And therefore their only weakness would be bug. But there were only three bug type moves in the game. And the only one that could really do anything was Jolteon. Because whose attack stat is not good. So what that led to was that they effectively had no weakness because the two good bug-type Pokemon, which are Scyther and Pinsir, were no bug-type moves at all. And the only bug-type moves that existed were Leech Life, which only did 20 damage. This is before they buffed it in Gen 7. Twin Needle, which is a halfway decent move. And Pin Missile. Problem. The Pokemon that can learn those two of those moves is Beedrill, which is very weak and is weak to Psychic. Also, yes, I understand that Dragon types were also a bit of an issue. But here's the thing about that. You only have one Dragon-type family. Dragonite's line. That's it. And them being weak to themselves, there was only one... Yeah, just one Dragon-type move in Gen 1. Dragon Rage. Which, while being a Dragon-type move, does set 40 damage. Whoops. Meaning that their only weakness was ice, and since, you know, most people only used Dragonite back then, quad weakness to ice being part flying as well. I actually know that, if I recall, I know the solution to this puzzle, but I'm doing this on purpose, because I want to battle all the trainers. So, unless you came in this gym with a strategy, you were not walking out of here very easily. Which, with the team I have now, it's a bit of a crapshoot. And while the Dark type exists, at least now, there are no Dark-type Pokemon in Kanto. Fun fact. In Let's Go, you gain access to a Alolan Grimer. As well as a Alolan Raticate. Which are Dark-type Pokemon, and they actually cracked the game wide open in terms of difficulty. I'm trying to leave. Can't remember how to get back there exactly. Okay. Nope, that wasn't it. That wasn't it either. Alright. I apparently have forgotten how to get through this gym. Ah, here we go. I think it's this one. No, it wasn't. It was this one. But yeah, with the inclusion of Dark-type Pokemon in any way, shape, or form, this makes this gym that much easier. However, due to it mostly using the original 151 until you get to the post-game, yeah, there's no Dark-type Pokemon to really speak of, as I said. And while they no longer are immune to Ghost-type moves, Ghost is a physical type in this game. And Gengar, being one of the best Ghost types in the game, is not only weak to Psychic because it's part Poison. They really went nuts with the Poison typing in this gen, didn't they? It's a special attacker, not a physical attacker. And although the same type attack bonus debatably makes the Shadow Ball somewhat useful, it's still not its best move. Now, I know the tile that takes me to Sabrina. Actually, I think it's in this room. Also, Sabrina, being one of the fiercest gym leaders in the game, also fits into the anime as well, because she was Ash's scariest opponent. And she was only the third gym leader he battled. Oh dear. At least you don't have healing. Otherwise, this would be a very big uphill battle right now. Okay, it's this Chandler's panel. I always like that theory. It's similar. It's a similar theory to your pets as well, where they start looking like you, their owners. One HP. Ah, you flinched, though. Perfect. Okay, I think it's this one. No, it wasn't that one. I think it's the one above it. Yay, to be proven wrong again. I know it's this Chandler room. Or maybe it wasn't. Okay, never mind. Okay. I may have gotten it wrong. I think I gotta get to the lower left. If I can remember how to get there. I'll take... No, wait a minute. I thought it was that room down there. Warp panel puzzles also irritate me. Here we go. I think you're the room that takes me to Sabrina. I want to say. No? Okay. Well, here's unblown smoke. almost different. I think it's like different every game too. There we go. Alright, then. I had a vision of your arrival. I have had psychic powers since I was a child. It started when a spoon I carelessly tossed bent. I dislike battling, but if you wish, I will show you my powers. And the hardest gym leader in Kanto. I feel like she could have been the 8th gym leader. Because that's how difficult she is. About to get slammed by Future Sight, so... I'm going to switch out to Holbein, who can tank it. This is just to dodge the Future Sight. That's the only reason why I did that. Alright. Not that it matters, because it's not a physical attacker. Oh, right. She uses that. Well, I have one way to deal with this. It's risky, though. Get out of here with that! And that gets rid of the buff. Ooh, this is going to hurt. Get out of here. Okay. I should take this opportunity to heal if I have the items. Yes, I do. Because what's the Venomoth really going to do to me? Yeah, there we go. Okay, this could be problematic if it gets too many Calm Minds off. Or you could just go straight for damage. That works too. Okay. One soldier falls. But I've won the war. This loss shocks me, but a loss is a loss. I admit I didn't work hard enough to win. Your victory has earned you the Marsh Badge. Even still, I went in with a strategy there. The Marsh Badge makes Pokemon up to level 70 obey you. Stronger Pokemon will become wild, ignoring your orders in battle. Just don't raise your Pokemon too much to avoid that problem. Wait, please take this TM with you. Psychic power isn't something that only a few people have. Everyone has psychic power, people just don't realize it. Cryptic. How cryptic? Okay, so after defeating Sabrina, you're really not given a direction where to go next. Until you, well, look at the map and realize something. Oop, it's all the way back up. Silly me. We haven't been to Cinnabar Island yet, down here. And we've had the capability to go there for quite a while, as soon as you gain the ability to use Surf. And instead of just hoofing it, I am going to fly there. But, real quick, let me see how our funds are and see what I can grab out of the game corner. Because there are a couple moves I wouldn't mind getting if we have the funds to do it. Okay, I'm going to be able to afford one of them. This is why I haven't really been spending my money. Okay, so if I get 2,000 more, that's going to leave me with 51,000. I accept that. I will accept that. Okay. Can go with this. I'm going to buy 2 TMs. I think it's this counter. Yep. Okay, so let me think here. It's going to be more useful. Looking at the team structure, yeah, that's what we're going to have to do. Okay, I'm going to grab this, which is Thunderbolt. Give it the Thunderbolt! And I'm going to grab this, which is Ice Beam. I need a life. I have all this memorized. Shamefully so. And obviously, I am going to keep Shockwave though, because that's a useful move to have in a niche situation. And, yeah, while TMs are single use, those ones technically aren't, because you can just keep getting them, provided you have the money and the capability to get them. Okay, so You know what, Baguska, you can kind of sit things out for a bit, because you're my highest level Pokemon, and you're not really going to be super helpful until we get to Cinnabar Island. So... Flying on a Doduo, how does that work? Whoop. I'm so used to some other games, so... it just flew up, and then flew back down. So the easiest way to get there is from Pallet Town. And this is why I said I was saving Spike until now. Because, first of all, go ahead and look in this grass a bit. Because there are some Pokemon we have not seen yet, such as, yep, Tangela. Which, you know... Oops. Might be a little too strong. Okay, let's go for Shockwave because it's actually weaker. Okay. I have, like, no Pokeballs. That's a problem. I think that's the only new Pokemon here, but not that it matters because I only have one Pokemon and a Master Ball. Okay, so I'm going to use up some of these just standard repels that I bought for Rock Tunnel. And yeah, we're going back to the trainers. Wait a minute, I think this is the guy that wastes your time. Yep. There's always that one fisherman who uses a whole team of 6 Magikarp. Who just sits here and wastes your time. Because, not only are they not worth it, they also, like, give you no experience, and it's just... I don't understand this. Especially since, 27, they should all be Gyarados by now. At least I level up. Also, to speed up the process a bit, I am going to turn the battle animations off because there's a lot of an obnoxious number of water type trainers on these routes. Of course, if Spike gets up to level 50, then I probably won't need Zapdos. Like I said, there's always that one fisherman that wastes your time. I change it to set. So that way we can speed up the process a bit. Yeah. That's reassuring. I wonder if they would have gotten in trouble if they named him Phil and Will. Ah ha ha ha. Perfect. Oof. Tell it like it is, kid. Hiya! Get me, Uncle Raja! Quit prolonging the inevitable and just lay down. I saw a playthrough where a final Pokemon in their Nuzlocke was poisoned, and somehow their opponent got 2 Protects off in a row, and the poison got him. I'm surprised how long that lasted. Didn't feel like only 100 steps. Now, unfortunately, because this is Fire Red, I cannot get Staryu. If I could have gotten Staryu, that would have been my water choice instead of Lapras. As soon as you get the good rod, just come down to Pallet Town, fish, and you'll find a Staryu. Or was it Fuchsia Coast? Either way. Very close to where you get the good rod anyway. Or, actually, let me rephrase that, because you get the super rod before you get the good rod, technically. I always found that absurd. How in these games you got the super rod way before you got the good rod. It just never made sense to me. Because I would always go down Silence Bridge. Because all the trainers, like I said, that's just free experience. And money. It's why I have so much money. This is why you pace yourself, folks. And Cinnabar Island. Okay. I also wanted to wait until I got here to start buying items. Oh yes, I will also mention this is before Gen 4, so your item pocket was finite. You can only carry so much. So I'm going to, so I don't tempt myself, I'm going to store the vitamins, because those are going to be important to me much later. I don't need to deposit that. I never use X items, but I might make an exception for this playthrough. It depends on how desperate I am. Did I heal? Yes. Okay. Dr. Fuji, who is the same Mr. Fuji, who never appeared in the anime because he was kind of, killed in the anime. These are awful trades. What are you all smoking? Technically, it's 7 now. Oh dear. So all he means by that is you just leave the building, go back in, and then you get your Pokemon. Now, obviously at this point you can get your choice of one of 3 fossilized Pokemon. 1 you're guaranteed, and then the other 2 you make a choice. And of course we had to revive Lord Helix. Now, Ammonite, Amistar, and Cobblertops. I mean, Cobblertops is better in my opinion, but due to all the memes, there's Amistar. But Aerodactyl is the most competitively viable of the classic 3. Due to its very high speed and very good attack stat, make it quite the devastating monster on the battlefield. I have used one in the past, but it was in the original versions where you get it at level 25. Or 30 or something like that, I don't remember. Sure, it had no moves, but starting at that level is actually pretty nice. In this game, they nerf them all the way down to level 5. But that means you can have a little fun with them. Raising them from scratch yourself. Okay, so how are we in terms of Pokedex? 40. We're almost at 40. We want to get 60 before a certain point. Easier said than done, though, I will say that much. And more swimmers. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Hey, a non-water type trainer. Yippee! I stand thoroughly corrected. I stand thoroughly corrected. Hey, nice crit. Oh well, at least Holbein got to level 40. Listen, buddy, I don't know what to tell you, but I don't float that way. So did he give you his big pearls, or I'm sorry. I'll be quiet. How horrible. You know, that's one of the greatest mysteries ever, is how pearls form within clams and oysters. It always is strange. Seriously? Forgot to use her pal. Silly me. Ah. Crud. I actually didn't mean to battle you immediately. Oh, well, that seems you're a water type trainer anyway. See you. Ah, Tentacle, the Zubat of the sea. I completely forgot to do this. I might actually hang on to the X items this time around. We'll sell this, cause really. Alright, what have we got? Okay. About 20 of those. 10 of these. Only 27. Ah, well. I'm happy that Ultra Balls became cheaper later on, because 1,200 a piece is kind of stupid. And welcome to the Seafoam Islands. I do not think we can do anything from that entrance. It wouldn't be a cave without Zubat, now would it? Right. Okay, now I remember. Can't really do much from the Cinnabar side. So we're going to head to the fuchsia side. Also, the swimmer trainer class confused me in Gen 2. Because if you battle one in the battle tower, they just look like Pokemaniacs. They're outside of Battle Sprite. Mm-hmm. Yep. Also, why do the swimmers carry so little money? Where are you going to fit all that money? Legit question. Also, do you even want to know where that's been? Amen, brother. When I live closer to the sea, I completely understand. But I do completely agree with that statement. Diving for Pokemon. Well, you're in the right generation, but you're in the wrong game. Also, if you think water trainers, swimming trainers are annoying, wait until I get to my next game. For those who know, they already know. Yeah, so I think that's going to be an off-screen thing. Battling those trainers since there's so many of them. Also, come to think of it, we get the EXP share far earlier in that game. In this game, you cannot get the EXP share unless you've caught at least 50 Pokemon. Why? You know, I would have given it maybe when you have caught 20, at least. Instead of the Everstone. And then give the Everstone for the 50, because it's like, is it worth it? No, but, you know, because the EXP share is going to make it easier to tick that number up. Okay, so there is a reason for the Seafoam Islands, but until I can get more money and more Ultra Balls, I'm not going to do it. So it's why I'm just battling all these swimmers, just to gain a little extra experience to make things a little simpler. But not only that, once we get into the Pokemon Mansion, it's going to be a lot easier. Also, I am just going to capture a Tentacool here, because that will bring my Pokemon captures up to 40. So that way it's going to be a lot easier to get money. I'm not going to expect much from these swimmers because they don't carry that much for obvious reasons. Tell the truth. Fortunately, unlike most people, I don't burn easily. It takes... I would have to spend, like, maybe 3 to 4 days straight in intense sun to actually burn. That's probably highballing. Maybe like 2 to 3 days straight in intense sun before I actually start burning. Unfortunately, it's not all over my body, it's just in specific areas.
My ride's a giant turtle with water cannons on its back. I don't think so. Huh. I never realized that Jolteon had decent special defense. I knew its physical defenses were terrible. But its special defense is higher than I thought it would be. I need to move that way down so I don't make a mistake. Okay, there's Pokemon number 40. Moving that to the bottom so I don't accidentally use it. I have actually done that before. So it has officially been stated that Pokemon protagonists cannot swim at all. We never really had an answer to this, why you can just maybe swim across this small river or something like that. It's because no Pokemon protagonist has ever been able to swim. We first learned this in Legends Arceus. And now it all makes sense. In Scarlet and Violet, your character cannot swim either. If you touch water without the ride Pokemon having the capability of doing it, it'll say you swam as fast. You didn't swim. You got closer. You got to the shore as quickly as possible. So flailing about. Yes. The caves and no sign of a resort. Unless you see the anime. Then Seafoam Islands are a resort. It reminds me how in the episode when they showed that, how they were trying to replicate the clones of Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny with Professor, I think it was Westwood. Oh, agility. Why do fast Pokemon always learn agility? It makes no sense. Because they're already fast to begin with. They're going to outspeed anything. I can understand one situation where it could be useful, and that's if you're a baton passer. There's a page on Misty. How about this girl? So you're not sleeping with the fishes? Ho 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 ho. Nice. Okay, so that's all the swimming trainers. Okay, if I recall correctly, I think it's not Viridian City, Vermilion City. Wait, no, it's not Vermilion City. I think I was actually near where you get the amulet coin, I want to say. Vermilion City is where you get the experience share. To which, again, why would you put that behind 50 Pokemon? Nope, not here. It's probably in the other gate. Yeah. Oh, so they moved him here. Okay. So I was correct. I forgot that they moved that Professor Oakshade here. No, this guy gives you the item finder. So am I tripping? Maybe it was Celadon City? Question mark? Because Rock Tunnel area is where you get the Everstone. Ah, here it is. Yep. Again, why are you locking this so far into the game? You gotta go out of your way to get 40 Pokemon just to get that item. That's so silly. Anyway, back on track. Alright. So, Spike's had his training. To the Pokemon Mansion now. It's the reason why I haven't used a Repel yet. It's because there's a lot of new Pokemon through here. Hey. Easy enough. Now, rarely you can find a very useful fire type here. But because we already have one. Oh, wow. I just realized I forgot to give Brucey the amulet coin, but it doesn't matter because the youngsters don't carry much money anyway. And I gotta turn the animations and the other stuff on. Critical hit. Oh, that's not even right. Huh. I didn't realize I already had Eradicate. Well, we already have one of those. Maybe the only new Pokemon we really run into is coughing of all things. Hey, I can take those all day. Okay. Now, burglars, of course, carry a lot of money. I mean, that just makes sense. You gave birth. We named the newborn Mewtwo. Now, there is a specific way you have to read these, but they really should have changed the layout of it. I could have sworn I... Oh, wait a minute, that's right. Never mind. South America. So you're telling me that South America also exists in this world? This series never made sense with that, though. I mean, giving us real-world locations. Okay, I already read that book. But yeah, it's a little lore about Mew and Mewtwo. I miss the days when legendary Pokemon had lore. Alright. So you're telling me to go jump off a cliff? Gee, thanks. Good to know. Tell me how you really feel. But yeah, that is really how you get through here. You have to jump off. I recommend you get as far left as you can. Because if you fall in the wrong place, you're going to have to backtrack all the way back up here. Now that doesn't make a lot of sense in retrospect. Again, I'm going to use this phrase again. In Let's Go, they made it make sense. They're just ladders that lead to this lower level. What is it with Pokemon and surviving with 1 HP during this playthrough? Just, it's getting kind of absurd. It always intrigued me how different this area was. It's one of the age-old questions at this point. Very true. And the interesting part is, aside from Cerulean Cave, a lot of these, like, strange places were man-made. We dreamed of creating the world's strongest Pokemon, and we succeeded. In more ways than one. Only 4? Oh well. Can't win them all. Also, I always like the theory about the that adds a little bit to the Mew lore, and that's the Pokemon Ditto. Yeah, I agree with you there, because the well, I would say the 2 towers in Johto were interesting, but that was about it. And then there's Mount Silver. But considering how far those are into the game, and I'm just going to tunnel out of here. Bye. But yeah, also the aesthetics for a lot of the caves and dungeons in Gen 3, that's when things really took a step forward. Bad thing is I have use for all of those. That ought to be good. Of course, as time went on, the technology that they had access to got better and better and better. The big thing that definitely helped in Gen 4 was the physical special split, which I have alluded to a lot in this. Because this is still Gen 3, so... Still... Physical and special still based on typing. Which was always strange to me. But I guess it simplified things back then. And with the secret key in hand, now we can actually go inside. Okay. I always love how humorous this is. Caterpie evolves into Metapod. No! I always get these wrong on purpose. Exactly. Well, I think that'd be a more interesting tactic to try than just having Bubble. Especially since most of these trainers are burglars, so you just get more money out of them. It was always fun to know what trainer classes gave more money. At least until they made it more obvious with the Lady and Rich Boy trainer classes. I don't like you. I love how in some games in prison does the animation even if you don't know the same moves as your opponent. Yes! Everyone knows it's 8. Well, at least until Alola happened. Then they changed the formula up. Wow. It's sad when I'm faster than a Ponyta. Granted, yeah, I am 8 levels higher, but still. It also depends on what game you're playing, because in some instances you get the amulet coin way before you get the luck incense. But and then of course there were still the Elite Four and everything at the end. And then they just reverted back to it in Sword and Shield. At least what I enjoy about Gen 9 is that there are 3 different paths you can take. Essentially, you're battling every single type out there. So that was interesting. But here we are. Trick question. It's always 2 no matter what, though. Open-ended games aren't for open world games aren't really for everyone, though. It also doesn't help that we're how many years into the series and we still have no proper voice acting? Yes! I mean, I could understand 3DS not with some limitations. Although, then again, you have Fire Emblem with voice-acted cutscenes and Xenoblade, so I guess... What am I talking about at this point? Yeah, that is a good point. We could have had it as far back as the 3DS. I don't think the original DS could have done it, because I don't think the tech was quite there yet to have like full-fledged voice acting. But yeah, at least by 3DS they should have gotten it. And then we kinda, sorta got voice acting in Legends Arceus. All you hear is just screams and grunts from the player character, though. But hey, there's progress. Very true. This is my favorite one. Contains Tombstoney. Remember when it was called Tombstoner, but that became a derogatory term later. Apparently. Man, I am bad at these quizzes. Alright. So the path to Blaine is open. Let's go heal. So true. Wait, so does that mean that Geodude's the Undertaker? It makes sense now. Ha! I am Blaine, the red-hot gym leader of Cinnabar Gym. My fiery Pokemon are all rough and ready when it's intense heat. They incinerate all challengers. Ha! You better have Burn Heal. Sort of, though, because they stated that, thanks to the efforts of Blaine, most of the people made it out safely. It's just, yeah, being displaced like that is not fun. I always love the captions. The comments whenever I hear the Cinnabar Island theme from not Fire Red, Leaf Green, Heart Gold and Soul Silver. It said, "Missing No got angry." Yep, pretty much. I have burned down to nothing. Not even ashes remain. You have earned the Volcano Badge. Ha! The Volcano Badge heightens the special stats of your Pokemon. Here, you can have this too. Fire Blast is the ultimate fire technique. Don't waste it on water Pokemon. And then in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, they just give him an upper portion of the Seafoam Islands as his gym now. Gold, Silver, and Crystal, they really didn't have the assets to make a full-blown gym for him. So, he was just stuck in one small room.
Look, it's me, Bill. Long time no see. I hope you're still using my PC system. Well, listen, since we met up here, how about spending some time with me? There's this little island in the far south called One Island. A friend invited me, so I'm on my way out there. How about it? Do you feel like coming with me? Alright then, let's go. Look, my pal's boat arrived too. He said to specially here at the Cinnabar to pick me up.
Yeah, I'm very tongue-tied today.
Here we are. This is One Island. There are several islands around here, and this is one of them. My friend Celio sent the boat to fetch me here. He's in charge of the island's PC network by his lonesome. Why am I telling you this now? Let's go see Celio.
Anyway. Conveniently, I believe this is the same meteorite that you see in Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Kind of. Each island has its own specific name, though. At least they did that in the Infinite Fusion mod, where you only visit the first 5 islands, but they all have their actual names. If I remember correctly, this one is not island? Yeah, thought so. Two Island is Kin Island, if I remember. Yep, we get some more training in. Not going to bother with the amulet coin on swimmers, because they almost have like no money anyway. Yes, this is why I have like no money. Getting moves like Thunderbolt and Ice Beam. Because I never have any luck with the slot machines. I think there's an item here. Nope. Makes you think there would be one there. Alright, so my Arcanines have like no action lately, so let's fix that. I couldn't think up of some names, so forgive me for how dumb some of these nicknames are. But that's half the fun. I think almost everyone named it that. Because it's such an obvious joke, though. Honestly, the only nickname that's creative at all. I mean, that's fair. The only creative name I have at all is my Blastoise, which is just named after Hans Holbein. Yes, I went through the whole Ninja Turtle naming community there. For those who don't get it, it's named Holbein after the artist Hans Holbein, which all the Ninja Turtles are named after famous artists. Oh, Rock Smash. When has that move ever been particularly useful? This thing likely has Flash Fire, so Flame Wheel will be completely useless against it. Well, guess I just have to pray. But yeah, that's the only one with any creativity to it. And of course, because I made contact, I knew that was going to happen. At least this won't do anything to me. Also, thank goodness Venoshock doesn't exist yet. Oh, come on. Seriously? What is that, like 1 experience point? $80. Okay. Okay. So yeah, the route here, which is known as Kindle Road, is completely optional. I'm only doing it because more experience and money. Ah, crud. My timing was off. Shea. I'm guessing I use a lot of shea butter. Okay, that was bad. Oh dear. That's gonna hurt. Not as much as I thought it was, but it would, but that still did hurt. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I completely forgot to bring my psychic type with me. Ah well. Because I'm not going to need my flyer while I'm here. Now that actually will hurt. You know what? Let's have a brawl. Yep, it wouldn't let me move. Sorry, I have to battle this guy. Black belts always make me laugh because they look like a close friend of mine. If he literally just put on gi and a headband, not only would he also be Ryu, he would also just be your standard black belt from these games. And healing is not a big deal because you just go here. Also, talk to this guy and you'll get Rock Smash. Okay. Well, sorry, I don't have to backtrack. Oh yeah, that's right. I made a mistake. Can I get back to Vermilion? No. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, well, huge L here. I don't think it's working at any center. Yep. So, what they mean by that? Yeah, I have, actually. I decided to go a different direction this time, though. Boone Island. Okay, so 3 Island is Kin Island. Alright, that makes sense. Her first name has lost in it. What are you implying there, buddy? Speaking of Hypno, guess what my psychic type is? I just have no access to it right now. I really should have thought of that before I came out here. Oh well. Take an L there. Anyway, I'll be right back. Gotta take a quick bathroom break. Okay, I'm back. Hold on, let me turn my mic down for a moment.
Who are you?
people! Okay.
Huh? I just got here, pal. What's with the hostile attitude? It's mighty cold of you.
Your gang of followers have been raising havoc on their bikes. Do you have any idea how much trouble they've caused us on the island?
No, man, I don't get it at all. Look at this place. What do you do for entertainment? You ought to be thanking us for livening up this sleepy village. But hey, if you insist, you can try making us leave.
You cowards, so tough in a pack.
You, what are you staring at? Don't you know it's not polite? You want to make something of it or what? Heh, I like your guts. You'll be losing money to me, but... We're bikers, we're bikers, we're bikers, we're bikers, we're bikers, we're bikers. Curse you, levitate!
Whenever an opponent uses just spam sand attack or smoke screen, makes you want to scream at the top of your lungs. I only end up doing that strategy if I'm extremely desperate. Yeah, although I really haven't delved super far into the lore, I am definitely a big fan of the Old Republic era, and I really wish that they would bring it in the canon. In fact, I think that's what Rian Johnson was going to do. And I think they should have just let him do that instead of doing episode 8. I love the ongoing joke with George Lucas and Mara Jade. And it's like, you could have hypothetically brought her in, or at least referenced her. The side series are actually really good. Like, for the most part, though. Because, like, there were some parts of Mandalorian I didn't really like, but, you know. Then, unfortunately, due to fan response, Book of Boba Fett ended up being Mandalorian Season 2.5.
Boss, I'm telling you, you gotta do something about this kid. I've been watching you, and I'd say you've done enough. What are you, their friend or something? Then I guess you'll be battling me in their place.
Although, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Andor, and Ahsoka, yeah, there are a lot of good things happening here. It would have been funny if I used Dig there. Oh well. Yeah, biting a pile of sludge. That's a great idea. Well, by all accounts, because in a way he was successful with her, there's no doubt that there actually what if had the plot changed and she was accepted back into the order. The interesting part is she would have been knighted. So that by proxy, Anakin would have been immediately promoted to master. And he likely would have been given another student. I don't know, it's a bit of a weird area. Also, I just realized I have PC access now, so let's go ahead and grab this. And there's a page in the fame checker for Sabrina. Yeah, I'll take those all day. Hey, perfect. And the thing is, going back to the Old Republic era a bit, it was prophesized that Anakin would bring balance to the Force. While he ended up doing so, you also gotta think that Revan's a very important character because he found true balance within himself. Because he was a Jedi twice and fell once. And then the Old Republic kind of retconned him a bit, but... If there was anyone who was going to bring balance to the galaxy, he was probably the closest one to do it. And where does Malik fit into this? Malik himself was actually a necessary evil when it came to the story of Revan. Because somebody had to do something with that new Sith Empire, because the thing is, the reason why that was even established was to keep the actual Emperor at bay and his empire. Yeah. Also, the other thing that bothered me about the retcons was how they portrayed Darth Traya. It's like, no, she wasn't like that. That's one retcon that seriously bothered me. Although I find it interesting how instead she became like obsessed with Revan, and like it was implied that she had a thing for him, and it's like that's not what she was. Now, I could make an argument for the Jedi Exile, who they kind of left in the dark, but Traya herself, yeah, that retcon made no sense at all. Of course, that's Avalone's writing. Chris Avallone knows how to write a character. It's a big reason why I'm a fan of Fallout New Vegas, because like just about every major character is written pretty darn well. Wow. Even some side characters are written well. High physical defense. Crabby. Doesn't matter. Critical hit. And Nihilus was an interesting pawn for her because he was an example of the ends justify the means. Because what he did was the Sith were afraid of his power, so they stayed away because they feared what he could do to them. because anything around him, unless you were also a wound in the force, you would he would feed upon you slowly and painfully. Or he could just consume you all at once. That's why it bothers me how because of how the canon is now, Sidious is now the strongest Sith Lord because he's the only one that's supposedly canon. But I did actually see a very interesting four-way, but it depends on how you would take it. Like, who would win between, they had Revan, Nihilus, the Sith Emperor, Vitiate, and Darth Sidious. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? In terms of overall power or scheming? Because if you use scheming and intelligence, then Sidious would actually outwit all four of them. All three of them. But, in terms of power, I don't know. The only thing is, though, Vitiate learned and perfected how to body jump. Well, essence jump. Sidious knew how to do it, but it was incomplete. And yep, there's a reason why this place is called Berry Forest. You'll find the highest amount of berries here. Hopefully I can find some more Pokemon as well, because 43, it's not bad. Haha, immunities. He also could not feed on other holes in the Force. That was his biggest weakness. Because when you get right down to it, if he can't feed on you, he has to rely on his actual Force prowess and lightsaber combat. And he's nowhere near as strong when he has to rely on that. However, those are holes in the Force are very far in between. True, because the wound in the force within him is what drives him to feed in the first place. He's essentially what would have happened if the Jedi Exile went a different direction. Pop a rare candy in that Pidgeotto, and I have an immediate Pidgeot. I love how those berries, like Nana berries, pineapple berries, they had no use until Pokemon Go. Wonder if that was ever intentional. I don't know. Because they only had niche uses otherwise, like Pokeblock, Poffin, and Berry Crushing in this game, which, you know, is not exactly the easiest thing to do. Well, the minigame itself is very simple, but doing it, you need 2 Game Boys and the wireless adapters, which also begs into the question, it's like, they were toying with wireless adapters this long ago. And then they simplify it later. They simplified Pokeblock to the point where it's like, okay, you put in this berry and that berry. Okay, here's your Pokeblock. Oh, and the whole Pokemon will only eat so much was removed in Oris, so that's one thing I'll give Oris. Poffin making's a little trickier, especially if you do in BDSP because of the, you know, the Switch's touchscreen's not exactly the easiest thing to use. Huh. I actually did not know that. Huh. Pokeblocks to Gen 3 if the battery's dried out, huh? Even if it dislikes the flavor. That's good to know, actually. Too bad it's almost impossible to find, though. That is the big thing that always bothered me about Phoebus and Milotic. Oh my word, was it so difficult to find. I think Game Freak realized their mistake, though, by, It's a little somewhat simpler, though, because the area is actually smaller. Yeah, Oris, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it was so much easier to find Phoebus. They started making it easier to find it in, starting in Gen 5 onwards, because that's when they also introduced the Prism Scale. Because they realized, oh, we removed all capability to increase the artificial beauty. Oh, another thing. Don't even get me started on evolving Feebas in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Of course, it actually makes it a little easier to keep track of something. Getting Blue's phone number so you can rematch him in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. You have to have Daisy groom a Pokemon. That's the problem, you don't. But if you trade one in, evolving it is not that simple in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. But in order to get Blue's phone number, you have to have Daisy groom your Pokemon 10 times. But That's how you increase the beauty in Heart Gold and Soul Silver. Hey, it's time for the creepy hypno.
Oh, please help. A scary Pokemon appeared there a little while ago. It kept scaring and made Lostel scared. I'm too scared to move, but I want to go home. Oh, here it comes again. No, go away. It's scaring me.
I love how this actually made a creepypasta. This little side quest. Hypno's Lullaby. Look it up. It's really strange. And it paints a whole new light on this Pokemon. Yep. Two secluded dark woods, I might add. Hooray, my 4th Moonstone. Do you want to tell him or should I? Great job. Great job. I don't think there's anything really up here for us at Cape Brink. Because, as I was mentioning earlier, while I can teach Blastoise Hydro Cannon, which is what this is for, the elemental hyper beams aren't that great. Well, unless you do a specific thing in Gen 3 games. If you knock out a Pokemon with a hyper beam, even if it's the elemental hyper beams, your Pokemon doesn't have to recharge. You can just use the move again. And I kind of like the Rain Dance strategy with Blastoise because it gives it a good boost to Surf. Oh yeah, if I remember correctly, I think there's a PP Max over here. Maybe not. If as soon as I go in there, plot things happen, so we're going to go do a little more grinding, and we're going to attempt something. Something that makes me question my sanity, what's left of it. I think the Primeape is scarier. No! Well, for Guzco, you weren't even needed. It's actually pretty funny. Sorry about these guys, so I can just move on. I never got the chance to use a Machamp, so I've never really paid attention. I'll have to look it up. And I think the whole making Feebas easier to obtain, I think Game Freak kind of learned their lesson about that. Let's make a Pokemon difficult to obtain, and then make it even harder to evolve. Yeah, that's a great idea. Huh. I never realized that Hitmonlee had a decent special defense. That is interesting. Of course, I think how it works is Hitmonlee's the more defensive of the two of them. Well, three of them. I mean, nothing's going to beat the back sprites of Gen 1, though. How bad those looked, and how bad some of the front sprites looked as well. But I have a theory as to why the front sprites look so weird. You were seeing the Pokemon as Professor Oak saw them and how he drew them. And he really missed the mark on a lot of them. That's one of my favorite theories about why the sprites in Gen 1 were so bad. Because in Yellow, that's when they started using the Ken Sugimori artworks. Well, he had already documented most of the Pokemon, it's just he never had anything to record stuff in, which begs in the question, how did it work in Legends Arceus then? Is your character that skilled of an artist? Or is it Professor Laventon doing everything? Also, I still love the idea. And then Ken Sugimori happened. Of course, I will also say that Yellow, a lot of the updated sprites were borrowed from the anime. Since the Yellow was strongly based on the anime. My favorite was Charmeleon, how it looked like an orange cow from behind. In terms of bad sprites. I always love the joke of Hitmonchan's front sprite. Yeah. Moltres' back sprite was weird, I remember that. Yeah. And it's like, as soon as someone mentioned that, I can never unsee it anymore. I also love how people were crapping on Haunter's design back in Gen 1. It was actually good because it was creepy looking. And it's like, isn't that the point of those ghost-type Pokemon? The entire Ghastly line looking creepy as hell is like, yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. I always loved Tentacruel's red and blue sprite. How it looked. It was known as the gangster of the sea, so they decided to have it cross its arms. Oh yeah, are you the explosion guy? Yes, you are. How about the execute line? What were they going for there exactly? The execute made no sense whatsoever, because it was just the bunch of eggs, of course, but one was huge compared to the others. Okay. And then Executor's design was so creepy looking. Not in a good way. Oh yeah. They had to go emergency change that for when Red and Blue got localized for the Western market. Because they were going to ship that original design and they realized, that's not a good idea. A full restore? Seriously? You're not even a Pokemon League. You don't even remember the Pokemon League. To be fair, though, if Mew is the origin of all Pokemon, I guess it makes sense for it to look like that to begin with, but it was still very off-putting. Ja! My hitting item senses are tingling, and they're all failing me. Jeez, lady, tell like it is. Oh, Hitmonchan, I would have chosen you if this were anything past Gen 3. Instead of Hitmonlee. Oh yeah, Golbass original sprite. Well, I mean, what else would be in its enormous mouth? But it was just so out there. Really? I find it strange that you can knock him out pretty quickly with Psychic Attack then. Then again, a lot of Psychic-type Pokemon have extremely high special attacks, so... I think that has to do with the weird Gen 1 thing when there was just the special stat. And I think that's what they were going for originally with Hitmonchan, with giving it the elemental punches. And then they realized, oh, whoops. They try to offset him on top a bit, though, by having Intimidate to begin with from Gen 3 onwards. But even still, it isn't that good. Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to mention, Happy Friday the 13th, folks. In October, nonetheless. Yeah. Actually, did you all know that you can actually, in any version of the Kanto games except for Let's Go, you can cheese the whole Pokemon being asleep thing? As long as you have the Pokeflute, you have Infinite Awakenings. Yeah. And the burn will take you out. It's weird. I have never had these high burn chances until I literally started playing Pokemon more seriously. This has never happened to me before. Well, I did say we could get Machop far later in the game. Here we are. And I'm a fool. I could have just woken us up immediately. Ah, yes, falling asleep in Gen 1. If that happened, it was game over for that Pokemon. Oh, guess I don't know my own strength. Two things that made it an instant game over for your Pokemon. Sleeping. Freezing, actually, if you can get it off. Because there's actually no way to recover from it. They kind of missed the mark on that one. And then, one of the most broken Pokemon I used to use in Gen 1 was actually Dragonite. Reason. It is the fastest user of Wrap. Exactly. And Wrap was beyond OP in Gen 1. Sure, you're not going to take a ton of damage, but you're not going to be able to do anything. Ah, too bad trading isn't possible. Oh well. One HP, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Also, I will mention, Dragonite's moveset up until Gen 3 was terrible. Because all I could learn were the high power, low accuracy moves. No, it couldn't learn... Nope, it could not learn Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, or... Well, I think it's just Gen 1, actually. But it could not learn Flamethrower, Thunderbolt, or Ice Beam. Of course, Blizzard was actually broken in Gen 1 because its accuracy was 95, not 70. I don't know what they were thinking with that one. Well, even still, though, Dragon types didn't really have much to talk about in Gen 2. Because all they had was the Dragonite line and Kingdra. That was it. Then Gen 3 went nuts with dragons. To the point where Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, the Gen 6 remakes of Gen 3, every single dragon type except one, Psy, got Mega Evolutions. And the reason why Flygon never got a Mega Evolution, according to them, artist block. I wish I was joking. Who do I want to teach this to? No. I'll teach it to Arcanine, actually. Because Arcanine doesn't really get any moves going forward anyway. I'm keeping Roar because it's actually niche. Or how about the most unnecessary Mega Evolution ever, Rayquaza? I mean, I get it. They had to do something to go with the primal versions of Groudon and Kyogre. I get it. But... I guess so, yeah. Gotta sell a remake somehow. And why not by using one of the most famous Pokemon from that gen? All that for a Firestone that I just got for free and as a hidden item. Yeah, that makes sense. Boulder puzzles. These have always been obnoxious, but they were never more obnoxious than the Gen 3 games. And there's the reason why I came up here. Putting Bagooska up first because of its high special defense. Yeah, Deoxys, I believe, was the first to be upgraded from... Because of how hard it was to get, it was considered... It fit into the mythical category. That's normally the nickname they gave Pokemon locked behind events like that. Deoxys just became a straight-up legendary after that. Granted, it is Moltres. I knew this was going to happen, but... God, that flamethrower hurt. But, a second Pokemon moved up from... Granted, you had to buy a DLC, but... It got upgraded from event only, and that was Keldeo. Okay, I missed 4 times in a row with Hypnosis. Come on now. 5 times in a row. I know that Hypnosis is inaccurate, but come on. Not that inaccurate. Well, to be fair, no one was a fan of the Kami trio because what was really different about those 3? Until they expanded on them later. The Swords of Justice, I feel, they could have pushed them to Gen 6 because A, France, and B, I mean, they were the 3 Musketeers. I get that that's an English tale, but still. We didn't know that we were going to get a region based on England at the time. I don't remember where you get timer balls. I think you get it from the 2 Island store, but not for a while. I knew there was a reason why I kept Hypno around. Two shakes, not bad. Not bad. We're making progress, at least. Nothing that time. Well, that strat's out the window now. Okay, so... Glass cannon, I know, but I gotta do something else. I was about to say, why are you so much faster, but then I forgot to use agility 3 times? Gotta love 3% encounter rates, 3% capture rates, don't ya? Well, 3 out of 255. That's less than 3%. I don't remember if I saved before I did this, so... If I do fail, then I think I'm... nowhere... Oh well. I didn't really... particularly was dying to get Moltres anyway. If I don't catch it by the time I'm down to 20 Ultra Balls, I'm just giving up. I'll have another shot later. Much later. And wall it off with something you can't really do much against. Ah. So close. I might actually use Articuno in a different way. No. So, it actually has nothing to do with that. It's a bunch of ridiculous math. Let's put it that way. I thought of a very cheeky strategy that was around during this time. It's going to require a lot of grinding, but... I mean, if it used Endure and I was able to use a move on it, I'd knock it down to 1 HP, but... I have the one Pokeball. I'm just going to use it for balls. Watch it work. Well, it has a status condition. I believe that just doubles the percentage in which you can capture it, but, and of course lower HP also has a lot to do with it. Ah, come on! Alright. Don't do that. Don't give me hope. Or try a few more times. If it fails, then down it goes. I'm not going to attempt any of the other birds then, because I don't think I have access to timer balls. And I really should have thought of that before I did this. Oh well. Not the end of the world. No, I actually never did, unfortunately. Because, I never truly had access to a Super Nintendo back then. And, since they are remaking it, that's when I'm going to definitely invest in it. I mean, I know it's on the Switch expansion, but whatever. Of course, this is what happens when Square works with Nintendo directly. Alright. Enough of this noise. I don't think I can dig out of here, can I? No, I didn't think so. But it's all downhill from here. Now, I have played Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door, and I love that game, and I was considering doing that on stream, but they're remastering it too, so I'm just gonna wait. Well, I'm with a lot of people on this one when it comes to the Paper Mario series. Stay away from anything past Super. Well, if you want to give Origami King a go, then go ahead because it's actually good. But, Sticker Star and Color Slash, not really. I kind of wish that Super Paper Mario kept the RPG elements. It would have made it that more interesting, in my opinion. But because the story is so good that it being through like a 2D/3D platformer kind of bummed me out a bit. And you can go ahead and change the play styles every now and then because it freshens it up. But yeah. Now, don't get me wrong, I did not dislike Super Paper Mario. It's just, I feel like it should have just kept the RPG elements. And Thousand Year Door, if you look past the backtracking issues, it's actually a pretty solid game. But let me tell you something. Never playing Paper Mario 1 and then going back to it after playing Thousand Year Door. Yeah. Let's just say, at least with control schemes, Paper Mario 1 didn't really age very well. In terms of story and overall gameplay, though, it has, but the combat really hasn't aged well. Oh, you don't automatically get... Okay, oh well. And then he goes down, and then you get... I'm like... Does Bill have a teleporter? It would not surprise me, honestly, if he did. Okay, so... I think we just have enough time to go and beat the Viridian City Gym. And then we're going to call it quits for the evening. It's just a shame that... I know that fans did all this and everything, but it's like... It's such a shame that Mother 3 never got a localization. It's like, what? Were they afraid that the story was too dark? Have you seen half of the stuff they put out these days? And they still get away with an E rating? Now, I definitely believe if they ever did Mother 3, it would definitely be E10 and up, because there are some pretty heavy elements in the game. Oh yeah, that's right. It did. I mean, what became known as, Earthbound Beginnings was weird. I don't know. Because it feels like when Smash Bros. Brawl came out, Lucas felt like he came out of left field towards a lot of people. And I know I'm not alone on that, because as soon as I saw him, I was like, who is this? And what's going on exactly? Of course, Smash Brothers has a thing of doing that because it introduced us to Fire Emblem, which was a very big move on their part. Surprise! The Jim Leaves Giovanni who saw that one coming. Even if you didn't know, you kind of figured. Wait a second. No. I'm not going to switch out because I'm going to have Baguska eat the Intimidate. Because having Brucey eat it is not a good idea. Oh. Well, if I knew you were going to do that and be so kind. Just becomes a matter of if I can hit through it. Bingo. Yes, I know Hypno's not the most powerful psychic type I can use, but the thing is, I've never used it before, and I'm actually I actually have no regrets. Yeah, it's not particularly fast and it doesn't hit super hard, but I'm amazed with how bulky it is. It also doesn't help that more than half of the Pokemon are poison type or fighting type. Well, not more than half, but a very good number of the Pokemon are poison type. I've done that too. It's just, by the time I get to the league, it's like, I really would like to have an Alakazam by now. Onix. A fast Pokemon for no reason with high physical defense, but has a lower attack stat than Oddish. At least when it evolves, it becomes halfway decent. But still, it has that low special defense. You know, with regional variants being a thing, I'm surprised that they still haven't done the obvious with Onix. I guess they just want to keep that unique to the anime or something. I have no idea at this point. And yeah, I have used the traded Mr. Mime before. It's actually very solid for the game. There's already been a couple, at least, because, like, when Steelix got its Mega Evolution, crystals jut out of its body. Oh yeah, that's true. And then I believe if you bring a lemonade to it, I think the guy gives you a metal coat. Which is very ironic. It's just a shame that Scyther is so hard to obtain. There's also the mystery behind the altering cave. But that was already debunked because they actually explained what that was about. So you were supposed to be able to go to events, but newsflash, if you live in the States, that really didn't happen. But it was supposed to change every time, yeah. Instead of just get all Zubat, it was supposed to be a bunch of Johto Pokemon that were previously unobtainable. So, like, Mareep, I believe, was one of them. Dunsparce was another. I know, big whoop, but it was rare back in the day, so there's a whole list of them out there. But it never held fruit. Nothing ever came of it. Well, especially now that they actually gave it an evolution. It's not very creative, but hey, at least they did something for Dunsparce. Because the thing is, with it having Serene Grace in that wide move pool, it had the potential to be something really good. So look how OP Togekiss is with Serene Grace. Good old air slash stalling with Togekiss. Yeah, that's the thing. But I've been enjoying the love that Gen 2 Pokemon have been getting lately, though, because a lot of them are getting evolutions. They were just meh before. I can't believe they actually broke Corsola. I think the only Gen 2 Pokemon left in the dust is Unknown. But then again, what can you really do with them? Because they're just a gimmick. Also, I love how Giraffrig's evolution is still a palindrome. I actually heard a very interesting theory that was supposed to come from the Unknown. They were supposed to be able to evolve into Sigilif, and Sigilif was supposed to have different forms. Which makes sense because sigil is another word for letter. Or writing, rather. And it would make sense for Unknown to show up around Relic Castle because it's an ancient site in Unova. And that's the one thing that bothers me about Pokemon Colosseum with its limited options. Oh yeah, that's another Pokemon they forgot about. Ariados. Oh well, at least they made up for it with Galvantula later. And then Araquanid when it came to spider Pokemon. Araquanid's pretty good too. Being a type combination that was only used once before up until that point, and it was a Pokemon that sucked. Surskit. And the fact that it had built-in fire resistance on top of its already water typing. So essentially, if you use a fire type move, it would not be very effective against it. And its abilities also works offensively as well because it powered up water moves. So if it has liquidation, oh boy does that hurt. Of course, within the same generation, we also got another awesome bug water type in Glisopod. And that type's come a long way. Bug types used to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. And now they're actually pretty good. See, the thing that bothers me about Masquerain is you had something interesting here. You had a Water Strider Pokemon that was a Bug Water type, but then it just evolves into a Bug Flying Moth. Where have I seen this before? At least they got Moss right in Gen 5. Yep. However, they got it right in Gen 5. Because Volcarona is a monster. Too bad the evolution requirement is ridiculous. Level 59. Wasn't that way. It's this way. Past this guy. Oh yeah, don't even get me started on that, especially since it was in the slow EXP growth category.
Welcome to my hideout. It shall be so until I can restore Team Rocket to its former glory. But you have found me again, so be it. This time, I'm not holding back. Once more, you shall face Giovanni, the greatest trainer.
Yeah, I did it once too. I'm never going to do that again. That's the one thing that always bothered me about Gen 5. The ridiculous level requirements for a lot of the Pokemon was very obnoxious. So yeah, Giovanni last time put up more of a fight than he does this time. He uses all ground types that are weak to all grass and water types with low special defenses save for one. And he ditches his Kangaskhan, which was actually a decently threatening Pokemon. Especially in Gen 6. Ugh. But. And I get a crit on the Nidoqueen. Well, this is just depressing. Oh yeah, because none of his Pokemon have non-ground type moves. Kind of like how you can beat Morty with Togepi. Also, I don't understand why his Rhydon evolves. And yes, one of the most free gym battles in the game.
Ha! That was truly an intense fight. You have won. As proof, here's the Earth Badge. The Earth Badge makes Pokemon of any level obey without question. It is evidence of your mastery as a Pokemon trainer. With it, you can challenge the Pokemon League. Also take this TM. Consider it a gift for your Pokemon League challenge. Having lost in this fashion, I can't face my followers. I have betrayed their trust. As of today, Team Rocket is finished forever. As for myself, I shall dedicate my life to training again.
Let us meet again someday. Farewell. I love how he subtly hints at the player. Let us meet again someday. Also, I want to point out something that is very interesting about this. The fact that Giovanni had been away from being the gym leader for so long. The theory is the previous champion retired. And the Elite Four couldn't decide amongst themselves because one of them would have to be promoted and they'd have to promote somebody else to be an Elite Four member. So as a result, the championship was vacated and nobody could get to it because nobody could get the Earth Badge. So that's why that seat remained vacant for so long. But I'm going to save here. And then next time we should be able to finish the game. Question mark, because we are severely underleveled. But training through the victory road, we should be able to handle the Elite Four. At least I hope so. If not, I'm going to have to do a lot of grinding during my off time. So we're going to end things off here for now. So until next time. Have a great evening, everyone.